Hello, 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 Twitch chat. Welcome back to the stream. Was that a sick? Ah, project completion. Current location. Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to check out something. Okay, yes. I have. Okay, yeah, no, I just want to check if drops were enabled. Hello, Ithian. Yes. Sorry, I was tabbed out. Couldn't see OBS. But yes, that is more or less exactly where I am, yes. Well, time to continue the quest. I should extract some material. That is completely understandable. That is completely fine. I just appreciate you watching and getting yourself all of the nice shiny rewards. Thank you, and you have fun with either your MSQ or whatever else you'll be doing. That enemy looks up. Never mind. It looks very much in place. Well, have fun blendering in Blender. If you're planning to explore the local area, you may as well make yourself useful in the process. Welcome, traveler. Welcome, traveler. I wonder if while you were out exploring, you might be able to do me a favor. There's a cave network. But there's a cave network nearby where my daughter has gone to offer her prayer, but she's forgotten the all-important fish oil candle. I would take it to her if it weren't for this terrible pain in my foot. Oh, it hurts something fierce, it does. Do you think you could give her the candle for me? No. Oh, I got mail. Oh yeah, the collector's editions. The minion, or not the minion, the mount. Something I can help you with? A fish oil candle. Came all this way to deliver this? I'm awfully grateful to you. And to my moth for realizing I'd forgotten to bring a candle. You see, these caverns are sacred ground, where we can come to pray to our ancestors and the more recently deceased. These flames provide the living a way to commune with the dead. And thanks to you, I can light a candle of my own and say a little prayer. Since you were here, maybe you could stand before the flame and offer a few words to your departed loved ones. It doesn't matter where you're from, all spirits are welcome here, living or dead. Welcome back, and I'm guessing you were able to find my daughter? No doubt in her usual spot. She never was one to do things the easy way, you know. As much as a stickler for traditions as she is, she may actually work for the railroad company. Still, I gotta hand it to her. She manages to work towards a promising future without losing sight of her roots. I sure am proud of her. But don't tell her I said that, will you? I wouldn't want her to getting a big head or nothing. Well, I would say me and that daughter of mine have taken up enough of your time, but it was awful nice meeting you. Thanks a million for helping us out. No mailbox in that town, then let me quickly throw myself over to my brother's house. That is really cute. I like it. It's just more flashy cruise chaser. I like it though. Looks nice. Let's see what its flying form looks like. Interesting. What is its mount music? Let's see. I am sure this music has some meaning to someone that has played older FS, but considering I've only played 1, 2 and partially of 3, I do not recognize it. when the bill comes due. Tuan Zoe is looking for help with a family matter. Say, aren't you the one who was stirring up a fuss in town not long ago? I could use a capable hand like yours, if you're willing to lend it. The name is Tuan Zoe, and I'm not from round here, truth be told. I live in Luvateninyawaza, but I'm here visiting my grandson. I was excited to see him after so long, but then I spied him dealing with some unsavory looking men, exchanging unusually large sums of money. I confronted him about it. I confronted him about what I saw, but he'll say little more than "it's just a misunderstanding," then grumbles as he changes the subject. I realize that this is sudden, but could you see if there's anything to be done to help him? He's in trouble. I just know it. Oh, a weight has been lifted off my heart. Bless you, miss. His name is Sitekwa. Last I saw him, he was heading inside this here saloon, the Tonawauta, with a red cap pulled down over his face to cover those bruises, most like. You can't miss him. Oh, no, that's not who I'm looking for. Upstairs, I'm guessing. There. A new face in town, eh? What can I do for you? Think I'm in trouble, does he? There he goes, jumping to conclusions as usual. I thought it would be less of a hassle if I didn't tell him. Truth is, I've been helping other folks in town with their money troubles. Matter of fact, the man you saw leaving just a moment ago is one of my clients. I should probably explain from the beginning. My work involves loaning gil to folk having trouble with coin for one reason or another. The reason I don't lend them Pell, but I'll get into that in a moment. My family lived here long before there was ever a town here. But then people moved in and they started expanding. Before long, Kamaka's family approached us about selling our land. It was around the time when trade overseas was gaining in popularity. I had it on good authority that gil was on its way to become a common currency here in the wilds, so I decided to sell the land for gil and use those funds to start my business. Sure enough, everything went as expected, and the business is starting to do well. It's not without its troubles, seeing as money is involved, but I never lend to any unsavory types. Why not simply explain this to your grandfather? The whole point of me keeping quiet was so I wouldn't make him worry. Seems my silence only made things worse. I found myself in a real tight corner once. Gil is what got him there, and now he wants nothing to do with the stuff. When I told him about my idea to sell the land, the moment Gil came out of my mouth, his whole mood turned sour. He said he'd put everything in my name, and whatever happens after that is on me. It's not exactly easy to bring up my work when it involves the one thing he seems to hate more than anything, but maybe it's time I change that. This job does more than just put food on the table. I am able to help people, help this town, but how do I get him to see that? I've got it. You've got to come and watch me work. Grandpa won't hear anything I have to say if it involves Gil, but he might come around to a first-hand encounter from you. So come and see what good my work does for Utsatawi and how I can help the people here. He did send you here to help, didn't he? I promised to make it worth your while. Right then, before we start, I should probably know who it is I'm working with. Lucy, eh? Well, Lucy, our first job is to go and see a miner named Hakwaze. He's had a pretty bad incident on the job a while back. Had no money for treatment or such of anything. Or much of anything, really. So I loaned him the gil he needed to keep on his feet. But now he's well past time he returns what he owes, and he hasn't said a word. There's been time enough for him to not only return back to work, but also receive his wages several times, in fact. He usually comes here into town when he's not working, and his shift ends soon. Meet me just outside of town. If we're lucky, we'll catch him just as he arrives. You're here for the money? I was gonna pay, honest. I just mixed up the dates, it's all. Can't we settle this later? I'm busy. I know you're lying, Wakwaze, and you're not going anywhere until you can look me in the eyes and tell me why you're late paying me back. Oop, He's obviously hiding something, but I'm not looking to start trouble. I don't suppose there's anything you can do to persuade him. Maybe a little flex will show him we're serious. Ye gods, look at those arms. And those freaking hardened neck muscles. Fine, fine. Just put all of that away. It's all here, and with interest. If you had the money, why go through all the trouble of avoiding me? When I was still on the mends, my lady friend took real good care of me, see? I wanted to buy her something fancy to thank her. And well, I understand. Really I do. But if you really want to make her happy, you need to get your life together. I'm willing to give you a loan one last time, but we're going to have a long talk about how to manage your savings first. You're right. What good am I to her if I'm out on the streets without Gil or even Pell to my name? I give it some thought and we can talk later. I can't blame him for wanting to show his appreciation to a loved one. but it's no excuse to get carried away with his spending. So, what do you think of my job? The money I loaned him paid for his treatment and supported him through his recovery. That has to count for something, right? I'm still not convinced. Well, there's always our next client. When you're ready, we can be on our way. Arundel is relieved to see everything set to right. Now that we have the bracelet, let us return to Chesanavezi Springs. Will you be staying there long? I'd like to give you a proper thanks after I find my friends. We aren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see you at the springs then. I'm a bit lazy. Apologies. Give me a second. Going on. Right, there we go. My bracelet. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is more than just a gift. It's part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Buklamat is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond, though I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the deputy chief turned out to be the bandits' leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. There you are. The real Daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Quicana and Livine. If it wasn't for you believing in Sekoa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see the bastard Vihute put behind bars. We never gave up hope that Sekoa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers. Daddy was able to convince you to go along with his plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now, and lacking in strength beside. Some outlaws might see us as an easy target. Even so, if anyone should give the Dust Watch the slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day, and no one will get the better of us ever again. Isn't that right? Right. And you'll teach us how you draw your pistol so fast, won't you? Well, We won't need to duel if all goes as it should. But on the off chance it doesn't, we'll make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days, I'll be sure to repay it. On that, you have my word. Until we meet again. If you excuse me, I should find a quiet place to rest. As I'll be here for a while, though, do let me know if there's any other way I can be of assistance. Were you not planning to take the train home? Oh, train service has been suspended. Didn't I tell you? You mentioned no such thing. Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. The tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake? It must have happened when we were still down south. There's been quite a lot of tremors of late, and a lot of large ones struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when service will resume, you should speak to the station master yourself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. It seems people aren't too happy about the train delays.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Hello. I appreciate you choosing my stream for that, out of all of the things you could choose from.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand, too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you! Thank you so much! I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
There they are. That's them, the two volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zopia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Something the matter?
Would you happen to be a fan of trolleys?
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Pyatayonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
Though no small number live in Shalawani, I must confess that I've never visited the home of the Hetsaro. As they largely live in accordance with older traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of the railroads. One with nature, Aaronville is eager to be off to the Piarioanan Plain. Come, let's follow Walika. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can still see it from outside. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the head end myself, though if you peek through the window, you probably catch a glimpse of enough jabbering, Shansa. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do, so let's get to it. We'll see you later. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way after all. I must confess, the train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods through the wilds now. Right. Mewahetsoan should be to the northeast of here. Let's continue on. Ah, there you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, I never had direct dealings with the people of Mewahetsoan, but I do know that their tradition means a great deal to them, as does the land. Such lovely clean air. It feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of the Sheshenavasi Springs. The waters nearby are just as pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessing of nature as we do. Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I'm Huwato, chief of Wahetsoan, and this is my son, Shepeto. Pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome and apologize for a sudden intrusion. I'm Wawulika, station master of Shaktural Railing. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks and we require timber to make repairs. This is Lucy and Aaronville, who have volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort. You have a most curious air about you, of oil and steel, tanned leather, and the faintest hint of pine? But that's not of the Tirali sort. I gather you are not from these lands. I hail from Eorzea. Truly, I would love to know more of you and the lands you have seen. I'm told your people hold your traditions in the highest, yet I gather you are curious about those of others as well. But of course, nature is boundless, as is her love for her lands and her children. The Hetso, in particular, have done much to guide our way of life. Where to hunt, to gather, to lay our heads. The Hetso teaches us all these things and more. It is for that reason, I believe, that we are attuned to the shifting winds around us. See, the word Hetso. It means leader of soul in the Hetsaro tongue, does it not? It does. There are many creatures revered as Hetso among the Hetsaro. Here, we look to the Ronique for guidance. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of Aetherites, while we are committed to a tradition, this does not mean we reject outside influence. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. We'll furnish you with timber you require, but first, our neighbors in this land, we ask you that you indulge us in a discussion. I'll be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests come such a long way, and my son is always so delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you'd follow me. Point. The village is home to a family of Hetsaro, who have taken the Ronique as their guiding animal. As the name implies, the lands where the Hetso graze is a nomadic settlement that with the tents stuck and pitched over and over as they follow the seasonal migration of the Ronique. A pretty looking lake. How many for currents do we have left? Oh, geez, okay. Would be across the water then, I guess. Should consume some more food. Ah, yes, let's use that spell speed food as a Dark Knight. I'll speak frankly, we fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the lands. The Ronique have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near Husatahawi mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicion, but others have drawn to this land by ceruleum. Shalawani has undergone a transformation. And the railroads are part of that. As strong and resilient as they may seem, Runique are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plain may well cause them distress. My father said, we do not necessarily reject outside influence or innovation, but in this, we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for being forthright. The matter concerns not only the Hetsaru, but all of Shalawani. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Wo Koana. Wo Koana? You say? We know him only through rumors, but he is apparently, how shall I put this, hard-headed and aloof. He values technological advancements and efficiency to the detriment of all else. Mind your tongue, Geppetto. Well, there is a grain of truth to the rumors. He is not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. He's a passionate man who cares for his people, like his sister. Is that so? That is certainly a side of him we weren't aware of. Lucy thought beside Waukoana in the right of succession, I'd take her word over rumor. You took part in the right of succession? You're that close to the Dawn servants? I was grateful for any help, but had no idea I had recruit a bona fide hero. The succession of Dawn servants filled us with uncertainty for the future, but there's clearly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we might see the Wokoana for who he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful he will do the same. I am being interrupted by Cat and can currently not read my screen. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please take all that you require. We are terribly grateful. Yes, fluid difficulty. Strikes again. I promise that we'll keep the Runique foremost in our mind as we continue working on the railroad, and if needed, we'll seek Wo Koana's counsel. Hey, please lay down. My thanks again for your time and the timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you again soon. We have more than enough timber to fix the ties. Now we need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I did not expect we'd be given so much. Mind waiting here a spell whilst I round up a few more hands and a Runique? I won't be long. I'm glad that went well, and thankfully, it seems we won't need to make several trips for the timber. Ooh, is that gonna be a better weapon? We're definitely approaching that point now. Speaking of approaching certain points, I'm running out of inventory space. I don't think this weapon is worth it. Nah, not 4 item levels over the relic with triple stats. And the land would tremble. Erenville regards the pile of lumber with undistinguished wariness. While we wait, we should get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. It shouldn't take long if we split the work. Ooh, another side quest. Deliver the crate of timber to the main road. You have 2 minutes to complete the task. Go away. Go away. Stop chasing me. Stop it. Thank you. Good creature. I should think this will be enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest. Once we've repaired the tracks, we'll have you on the first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available. We'll have to wait for the one after that, I'm afraid. But you'll be riding free of charge. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right they go before us. I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. The breathtaking sight, let me tell you. Anita Wikwe will be driving. No engineer compares to her, and it's always a treat to watch her work. Only work we should have worried about is our own, Xianza, and we've still more to do. I'll find somewhere quiet near the station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shalawana you keen to see, I'll leave it to you to it. Ronique Seeker. The distant lowing coming from the far reaches of Lake Tawari seem to indicate something is amiss. Well met, traveler. Have you perhaps seen Ronique Koff around here? I spotted a youngster south of Lake Tawari. It seems like it got separated from their kin. With all the hungry fiends that roam at the area, the poor beast doesn't stand much of a chance without someone to protect it. The thing is, I'm just not cut out to defend if any would-be predators. You, on the other hand, seem more than capable of handling yourself. Would you be willing to seek out the calf and escort it back here in my stead? They ought to be somewhere to the south of the lake. Okay, we're going for a swim. On the Aether Current. Yeah, that's very far south. Let me just wander ever so slightly up north. Just to get the exploration. Like that. Oop. Stubbed my toe in the water. Oh, 175. I can go quickly pick up this Aether Current then. I'm guessing it's over there, considering the person that I see in the distance. I was correct. That leaves 2 Aether Currents. The west. It's the same as where you need to find a certain NPC in an area, and instead of, you know, finding it yourself, you just look, where is there an entire pile of people? So you don't find the objective, you just find where all of the other people have found the objective for you. And then obviously claim credit for having found them. Where is this creature? There it is. Maru. Escort the lost Ronique calf to safety. Should you fail to defend the calf or move too far away, to return to the starter position where you may rendezvous with it before trying again. Come on. Go for a walkish. Come on. Come on. Go for a walk. Come on, we're almost there. We almost have you back to safety. There we go. Ah, there you are. You returned the calf. What a relief to see the head so unarmed. You'd be surprised how often Ronique calves go astray. In most cases, they fall prey to some fiend, but such is the way of nature. Though if you manage to get here before the fiends and raise a calf from a young age, they may make excellent beasts of burden. I'm not suggesting I'd go as far as to kill a calf's parent to single one out, yet I do make a point of trying to rescue any stragglers I happen across. That way I see it, that is as much a part of nature as any other fate a Ronique could meet. Thank you, traveler, for bringing this one back safe and sound. I shall do my utmost to care for it. It's the radioactive version of Cocaine Bear. It's Nuclear Bear. Just leaves a singular one. And it's to the south. Well, let's go and get the last one then. There. Did a walkway. That's a final ether current. Or ether. I genuinely don't know which one of the two it is. Let's put up here. Yeah, and that's completely fine, Vani, in case you can hear me. I don't know. Either way, thank you very much for your watch time and enjoy your own MSQ. Had your fill of the site? Well, they appear to have almost finished. When proceeding, several cutscenes will play. It's supposed that you set up. Yes, okay. That's your typical cutscene warning.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Thrall. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yasolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream. Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yasolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one!
You can't be serious.
Was it just me, or was a guy there without legs in the background?
Gods have mercy.
I feel like I just saw someone standing there without legs.
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train! Nitobekwe and the others!
My home lies that way as well.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
I will continue the cutscene in a second. I just want to see if I was going mad, or if there was in fact someone in the background there that had no legs. Nope. I just looked it up. None of the people have legs. Or well, some of them do. That is interesting. Okay. Well, that at least is that curiosity sated. Means we can go back to scenes. Um, um, that doesn't look quite good.
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
We need to follow that airship.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone.
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Someone help me, please. Oh, oh.
What did it just do?
That is my question too, Kryl.
back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Mysterious, weird-looking person.
That you should still live.
Oh. Oh no. Zeralja has gone full Cyberpunk 2077.
Zoralcha?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
Wait. Wasn't he stabbed?
Your butchery, isn't it?
Unless they only knocked him out and then decide to kill him. Which, I mean, considering the fact that he's currently standing there, I'm gonna assume he only got punched.
After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No, my ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear. Fear not. Ozoralja is strong.
He has never been Father's equal in combat.
That was before he went
Believed
cyberpunk.
to have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Farewell, Sorolja, my son. And forgive me.
I was gonna say, he's gonna power back up, isn't he?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed.
It's kind of worrying if they have the ability to harness the resurrection, because isn't the resurrection only really usable by the Warrior of Light because of the echo? So the fact that they can resurrect is a little bit concerning.
You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
Maybe, I don't know. Either way, this looks concerning. Oh no. Well, shit.
Papa?
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove it. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did, father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Sriracha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
It seems like he's still alive because he is moving. The question is just, is this a recoverable thing? I'm gonna go ahead and guess probably not. Well, he's breathing, so... No, Papa can't die. He can't. And the land would tremble. No time for tears. Wuklamat is struggling to process what she has witnessed. How could this happen? A damn good question.
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save their strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
You're gonna make me cry again. God damn it, story writers, how dare you. Story writers, stop doing this to me. I seriously need to give you like a waiver that you sign beforehand. It's like, do you have good psychiatric care? Are you okay with being emotionally attacked? You need to consent to both those things. Jesus Christ, game, how dare you? Right, so, Whoa, look, Waklamat. Wow, Koana. I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn, and Landsguard have begun rendering aid to the people. Causality within our rank have hindered progress, but we shall continue to do all that we can. Thank you. Thank you for your report. Please inform the guard they are prioritizing. Please inform the guard they are to prioritize such efforts until further notice. The people. I need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you. Thank you. There's sure to be wounded everywhere. More than I could count. So split up and help all of them. You can count on us. We need some healer LB in this town. Alpino and Alizé, can you take Bayside Bevy and Krylan Arundville, the palace perimeter? As for you, Lucy, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. Thank you. I thought we were done for. I heard something disturbing. The enemy leader. They say he looked like Soralja. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the first promise attack his own people? But if it was him, what happens now? Is he going to come back? What do we do if he does? Look at. Tourist Planet Quarter. Although seemingly uniform in appearance, a closer look at these domiciles reveals the eclectic adornments added by the residents. The decorations emblematic of each inhabitant's lands of origin. If Tuliliolal was a giant bird, then these rich, colorful homes would form its resplendent plumage. Thank you. The pain is better now, but I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us? And why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Gulul Jaja. We were safe. But now... Thanks. I think I'm alright. Did you see them? Those soldiers? They look like people, but they killed. And killed with no hesitation. If they attack us again, how can we hope to defend ourselves? My thanks. I'll be fine now. We failed to protect the people. Why didn't so many people have to die? Where were Wow Wuklamat and Wow Koana? They're not to blame. I understand. I do, but... I need to clear my head. Thank you, miss. But my husband and son, they were... You're finished aiding the people here? Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children. No, now isn't the time. There's still others who need help. Could you go and see how things are at Talon March, and afterwards go and find Alice at Bayside Bevy? There's no evidence of significant damage from the battle. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. The fresh scorch mark on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. While Ogre, Master of the Dawn Hunt, wants to introduce you to a certain someone. Ah, Lucy, the Wing of Protection have been keeping a beady eye on you. Say you have been making yourself useful. That your adventures have taken you to nigh on every corner of Tural, including Yaktiel, I hear, the land of my people. Know how dangerous those woods can be, not only from the tales of my ancestors, but from the bills on the board too. Think you have what it takes? Think you're ready to take on a bigger challenge? That's the spirit. Alright then, let me tell you what the intermediate marks are all about. Beginner level marks can be taken down by any number of mercenaries, but these ones call for a mite more preparation, and not just talking physical, but mentally too. If you're going to risk your life going after these beasts, it's important to know what you're risking it for. Which is why I tell everyone who thinks they're ready to move on from beginner's builds to talk to Tiat Quat first. She's the master huntress and mentor to would-be vipers. You'll find her down in the Cornitrock Gleam Sands. Look for the Sherbral with the cobalt fur and ask her to tell you our history. Sure wish I wouldn't have PowerPoint presentation here. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ship continued to loom overhead. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. I've helped all those I could find, and seen them deliver into the Landguard's care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the Landguards hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Zorulja actually meant to harm the people? I mean, look around. The buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he could strike whenever he pleases. But we can discuss that later. How is Lamatia? Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Still, everyone has their limit. She needs rest, and soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the store. Perhaps she's gone to the Torniquit Gleam Sands. Well, that's awfully convenient. You have business with me, Outlander? Bolowag sent you, eh? More meat for the marks? Do you look to have a little more about you than most? Well, if you're dead set on devoting yourself to the Dawn Hunt, I should let you know a little bit more about it. Where to begin? You might say at the beginning, but it's hard to put a pin in exactly when that was. Even before Koana brought the system of marks and bills over from Eorzea, our people were hunters, not just for food, but for safety, hunting down those ill-made monstrosities whose very existence was inimical to our own. It was for that very purpose that the Vipers came to be, the finest hunter in Tyrol bonded together to hone their skills and their blades, and devoted their lives to stalking and slaying the fiends. At first we were no more than a fellowship of like-minded folk who would take it upon themselves to deal with any danger they caught wind of. It was only after Gulul Jaja united Tyrol under the Dawn Servant's crown that our roles as protectors of the realm was made official. Commissions started pouring in from Yasulani to Yaktiel, but we didn't have the numbers to answer them all. That's when Koana proposed we bring in the system he'd seen in Eorzea, call on adventurers and mercenaries to handle those threats we couldn't. If there's a point to this little history lesson, it is this. Many folks join the hunt seeking adventure, or glory, or fortune, but from the very beginning, whenever that was, it has been about one thing and one thing only: protecting those who can't protect themselves. Don't forget that. Any more questions that I make? And one more request that I make of every Viper to train under me. Don't get yourself killed. We hunt to save lives, not to throw them away for no good reason. I reckon that's enough moralizing from me for one day. It's about time I headed back to Yaktiel. Come and drop by if you're ever in the area.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
There you are, Lamachi. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamachi. Lamachi!
How could I?
Look at me, Lamachi. You need rest. You and her both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. so much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people? You'll stick with me?
Of course.
Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokri still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believed that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. My brother is different. There will be no reasoning with him. He killed our people, our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
I'm fine. Just needed a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being here for me, and for urging me on, despite all my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very dealer-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly, I struggle to make sense of it all. Strange soldiers, those floating ships, the new powers Zoralja commands. Given everything he's done, and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle, not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray, but it will make my strength, the strength to do what I must. Right, I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Koana. Could you and the others join us in a while? However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alice I'll be alright? She's probably at Bayside Bevy. Back already, are you? Did Tiatquat tell you everything you needed to know? Good to hear. We don't hunt to kill, we hunt to live. Remember that, and you'll be fine. Speaking of, I took the opportunity to update the ledger. You've been approved to take on intermediate marks now. Good hunting, and good luck. Intermediate hunts are available. You have been marked. 99 is the next one. I shall pick them up in case I end up running into the mobs. Oh, you're back. By that, I'd take it that means Lamati is feeling better. She needs to be strong for the people of Tural. I understand that. But she doesn't have to do it alone. If she intends to fight, then we fight together. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. Pick up the pieces. Alice regards the fallen soldier thoughtfully. It's clearly not a person, but it doesn't look like an automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far and wide as you've traveled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clues as to Zoralja's new power. Examine the fallen soldier, move the camera, click OK. The general shape of the weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests it's far more advanced than anything you've ever seen before. The place where the eye or the mouth would be, you see a strange sigil on the front of this helm. From a distance, it appears to be simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material from which it is made is unclear, and you see no sign of a power source. So, what do you think? It looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical. Indeed, while it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of face, not least of all. Did you see any signs of a power source? So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuel. I tried channeling ether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, a far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made from is a mystery. Rather than metal, it's more akin to stone? Wait, haven't we seen this before somewhere recently? Skydeep's a note. That's right, the glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to the Golden City. And whilst the soldiers are a different color, the warship are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observation with the others when we gather at Sunperch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. I need to take a quick bathroom break, so I will leave you guys with an ad and see you in a bit. And I have returned. Let's go. Looks like everyone looks like everyone is here already.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told?
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Greetings, everyone.
Hey, Stola. Yay, there they are. Wondering when we're gonna see them again. Best cat boy and best cat girl. There they are.
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
All is well in the annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuglamart, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested, but based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Valdesian Annex that brought me to Toral. A letter from the Dawn servant addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
I somehow flung my keycap off my up arrow somewhere. I'm not quite sure exactly where I sent it. I'm gonna use the up arrows anyway. I'm sure I'll find it eventually. Yep.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Toral nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Galul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And...
Nope.
It led to another reflection.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jar Jar. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Alagan, or Mahi, or Nimin. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then,
though it never opened again. Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Charlian and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
Well, I did not have we figure out that Krylis from a different reflection on my checklist of knowledge we would be gaining this expansion. That was not on my list of things I was expecting for sure.
The forces that assailed Tuliyola. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers look like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections, but what of my home? What's become of it?
Find out.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must... I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zoroja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliolol. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
I know what we have to do now. Before investigating the dome, Klamat wishes to see to one important matter. Now we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we swore to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happening and how we intend to fix it. I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assure them that all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your word. If you like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Lucy? While you handle that, Erenville and I will see to provisions for the expedition. Thank you. I'll go ahead and have the land guards announce the address. People must know that there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you could see the resplendent quarter and Bayside Bevy, Alice and I will split the rest of the city between us. I will go and open a door once this teleport is loading in. Even though I barely have the time to stand up before it's done loading. Okay, here we go. That should help. My head is hurting a little bit, and I don't know if that's just like heat related or something. I still can't believe we were attacked. For a mercy, my family was spared. I don't know what I would have done had they come to harm. I understand Val Wuklamat is going to make an address soon. I'll be there, of course. This person does not need persuading. Right. Please, leave me be. My father is gone. Leave me to mourn. Ulul Jaja is slain, and yet Wa Wuklamat and Wa Kwana still fight for a nation for us? Very well. If they would speak, at least the least I can do is listen. Checking on everyone, are you? City's definitely seen better days, but I can only spare so much time for mourning. Only by looking to the future can we overcome this crisis, and we all need to do our parts. I have no doubt Wa Wuklamat and Wa Kwana will share similar sentiments at their address. I'm just aimlessly wandering. No idea where the people might be. Oh, there. If Tuliyola falls to the enemy, what happens to us, to our homes, our farms, everything we've worked so hard to build? Lives and communities and histories all reduced to ash by these merciless villains. I heard Wa Wuklamat is planning to address the people, but what's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to say? Really? The Dawn Servants have a plan already? They've lost so much, yet they are prepared to carry on. And standing around worrying about what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future, but I will go and hear what they intend to do. this? Final NPCB. Down here? There they are. It's not safe here, not anymore. I should try to leave Thrall, but where else is there to go? You look like a well-traveled sword, please. I can't stay here, but I fear nowhere in Thrall is beyond the enemy's reach. What of the lands across the salts? I know. Even if I ran, I know I'd regret it in the end. I love Thrall, this is my home, and I know the Dawn servants would give their lives to defend her. I put my faith in them and listen to what they have to say. I need to stock up on food and medicine, as much as I can. What else is there? I can't afford to forget anything. Sorry, miss, but I'm busy. Too much to do and too little time. There's no telling when these stone men will return. I have to get out of here, find somewhere safe. Frau Vuklamat wants to speak to us? Perhaps she has a plan, then. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what she has to say. Cleaning up is tiring work. You must have been busy as well, I'm guessing. Right now, it's tough for everyone, but Talia will not succumb to this. With the new Dell server to protect us, we'll get through it together. Person doesn't need persuading. Got it. Oh, the paranoid residents probably need some persuading. I can't leave now. What if the soldiers come back? And what are those strange machines looming overhead? Gods, I have so many questions. I see. It would put my mind at ease to learn something, anything, of the threat we face. Alright then, I'll go to the winged walk. Thank you. I feel better already. And likely better still once I hear what the Dawn servants have to say. Lag City. Phew, the wares are mostly intact. Glad tidings from our clients. Oh, sorry friend, but I have no time to spare. Wawa, Klamata, and Wakwana will soon be giving a public address, and I have to finish taking inventory before then. Given the circumstances, it must be quite important. You'll want to be there as well. Whatever it is, I don't have time. I have to finish repairing this cart. There's only so much I can carry on my back. When those hollow devils come again, I need to be ready. Well, Klamata and Wakwana mean well, but they're young and inexperienced. They can barely look after themselves. If we were to survive, I do not know if we can count on them. You're going to strike back at the enemy? So they have resolved to... So they are resolved to face this. Maybe it's too early to think of running. Alright, I'll go hear their address. Looks as if you brought quite a few people. Thank you. Elise had actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that we were still out there, she decided she was unsatisfied with her effort and left again. My apologies for involving you all in Tyrali affairs. We're simply helping dear friends in need. Having traveled the land of Tyrali, sharing in its rich culture of your people, I can't see it no other way. What's more, Zoralja and his army pose a threat not only to Tyral, but to the star as a whole. We'll stand with you to protect what you hold dear. Thank you. I don't expect you have had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? I'm fine. Thanks to a little encouragement from Lucy. You needn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect my people, to restore peace to the nation and preserve my father's legacy. And it begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right. We'll need to see to a few things first, but feel free to go ahead at to the plaza and wait. Their father raised them well. That he did. I'm gonna quickly grab something from my headache.
Lamachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zoralsha torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep. And waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zorolja and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Dural's my home, and I'll do my part for it. Here, brother. That makes two of us. Was that two of we? Never mind that. What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
We fight! We fight! We're two Leolins because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather the storm!
Okay. I found my keycap. That is why the delay, and I'm just quickly pulling up paint just to explain what happened. That. Quickly add a that's the wrong one. Capture this one. So not that I think anyone cares, but what ended up happening is, so this here is where I'm seated. And this obviously then here is where my keyboard is. What ended up happening is the key flew off my keyboard onto the wall and bounced back, and this is my sofa, and it landed between the two backrest cushions. And that is where I ended up just finding it just now, because that is like the one place I suspected it would be, because I heard it hit the wall behind me, and then that was the only thing I heard of it. So yeah, but that is at least that mystery now solved, so that means I can now stop trying to see if I can find my keycap.
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too, for Tuliola!
Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuliyolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation, each and every one of you. Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
Listening to Wuklamat and Kwana, I was remembered of my first time in the first. But the Exarch was no king. I often found myself speaking before the people of the Crystallarium in like manner, and through their deeds they answered me. The people in Tural, too, will rise to the occasion, this I can tell. In Yusalani's shadow, Alfina is considering how best help carry out Wuklamat's plan. Well, the hour of departure's up at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part of the way. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand. We'll set forth as soon as everyone's ready. I will inform Wuklamat that... There you all are! Ah, Lamati. We were just planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, I know they haven't given up hope. It was all the encouragement I could ask for. Right then, let's get going. We will leave from the Jacques Tural Skygate. Everyone here? Good. This is it, my friends. We're going to strike down Zeralja and secure peace for Tali'Ulal. We'll be passing through Shalawani, where there's been reports of enemy movement, so stay sharp. The Landsguard has told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took to looming overhead. A display of force, like the vessels in Tali'Ulal. Indeed, and while they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shalawani Station. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. In that case, Lucy and I know a few locals who can help. Then let's divide into two groups. Erinville, Alice, and Lucy will come with me, inquiring with locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go and inspect the dome. Understood. Once everyone has finished, let us reconvene at Shalawali Station. We can start with Hutsatayawa. It's where the Dust Watch is based, if I remember correctly. You do. The Sheriff Kamaka should be able to tell us a few things. That explains why we haven't gone flying here, because we're not done here. Oh, it's you two. And I'll be Wukramat as well. You're Sheriff of the Dust Watch, yes? What's the situation here in Hutsayahatui? Mr. Tawi. Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they've just been floating there, holding position. That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been looking into investigating the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked in on Shesanawezi Springs yet. Apparently mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. What? If that's true, then the people there are in danger. I worry about the other townships as well. If the rest of you can head to the springs, I'll pay a visit to Mewahetsoan. I'll accompany Aaronville. See you all in a while. Why am I walking? So clear this way. Mechanical soldiers don't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to locals. Let's each make rounds and see what we can learn. Oh, you're the one who helped us the other day. Wavlika and the others are out investigating, and they've confirmed that Nito Wikwe is safe. And after the train had begun its journey back here, that the dome appeared. So those who were riding the train then are fine, but we don't know what's become of the people who disembarked in Yusalane. What a mess. And just after we finished fixing the tracks. The mechanical soldier shows no sign of life. It appears to have been run through with a polearm. I'm gonna be right back. I need to quickly go to my sibling. I will leave you guys with an ad break as well. Sorry about that. That should hopefully, possibly be the last break for a while. Lucy, you came. As you can see, we're doing alright. After their ship appeared in the sky, soldiers clad in white showed up and surrounded the town. But to our surprise and relief, travelers came along and helped with them all in a flash. I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand. Jimmy never had a chance to ask his name. It was safe thanks to him. But I can't say the name for say the same for those in Yusalune. We haven't heard from anyone there. I hope Namika is well. Estinian to the rescue again. You heard about the spearman as well. That couldn't be anyone else. What's this? Someone spreading more gossip about me? Talk of how I saved the town travels fast. Haha. That's not to discount the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating. I thought you would come sooner or later. Do you know what happened? What's happening? So you were indeed the one keeping the people safe. Thank you. Think nothing of it. The automata aren't particularly strong. But are rumors true? Gulul Jaja is slain. I'm afraid so. Zoralja used some dirty tricks to get the better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done. Mark my words. You're going to help her, I assume? I see. If we're contingent, you don't lack for strength, in which case I will remain in Shaluani and keep an eye on things. That helps us more than you know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Koana. Koana? Brother? Wait a second. You're the vow of resolve. I am. And you're Zakoa, right? I'll be counting on you to keep everyone here safe. Absolutely. If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. I'm the fastest gun in Shoalawani. After all, Lucy can attest to that. Glad to hear it. We leave Shoalawani in your capable hands. Let's get patrolling right away then. Stay safe out there, and don't do anything reckless. Wasted word, eh? Just do what comes naturally. Right then, it's time we headed to the station and join the others. There we go. I'm guessing that's the second to last Aether current. Yes. A bad case of Blue Devils. Wasanpe of Shensenawasi Spring is short 1 porter. Hey you, traveler. You came here from the Dawntrail Trail, right? Happy to see a woman on the road, maybe nursing a limp, a sore head, or some such? No sign, huh? I work here at the refinery, and it seems I now have a problem. It's a friend of mine, Kayamene. She set out for Tuliyulal not long back, but only her runner-reek returned, pulling an empty wagon. I was thinking the animal just got spooked by something, sent Kayamene sprawling into dust, and hightailed it back here. But if you didn't see her, say, you couldn't go back and take another look, could you? I'd do it myself, but I'm 2 hands down as it is. Thanks, friend. She was taking a cargo cerulean to Tuliyulal trailhead. You know that way, right? Just take the road southeast from town. Should be somewhere along it. If you find her, tell her to get her hide back here as quick as she can. We've got work to do. Ah, finally. You don't know how good it is to see a friendly face. Wasampa sent you? God, he's going to dock my pay, isn't he? Well, at least the Ronique and wagon made it back. A good thing it all happened after I dropped the cerulean too. Don't want to think how much the company would charge me if I lost the load. Maybe that's what the beast was after. Oh, I didn't tell you about the beast, did I? It was just out from the trailhead when it sprang upon us out of nowhere. Naturally, my Ronique bolted. Managed to hold on this far, but eventually lost my grip and took a dirt bath. Still, could have been worse. At least it didn't break anything. And it was you that found me, not the beast. Speaking of, you didn't see it on your way down, did you? A horrible blue blobby thing. You mean that thing? Just like that. Oh gods, it's the beast. It's found me. It was a lot more aggressive down by the trailhead, I swear. Why isn't it attacking? Huh. I guess I took one look at you and lost its appetite. Thanks, partner. I've lived here my whole life and never seen anything like the blue blob before. But others have. I heard about them from a fellow tapper. Like cerulean with skin, they said. Started showing their ugly face a few years back, prowling around by the wells. They reported it to the foreman, but they weren't interested. They say they considered it so long the way they consider it, as long as we still got all our limbs attached, the blobs aren't a threat. But they damn well better change their minds about them now. If it's not enough for one of their best employees could have been killed, they could have lost a if it's not enough that one of their best employees could have been killed, they could have lost a wagon load of ceruleum. Say, Lucy, would you come back to the company office with me? They can't wave it away so easily if the both of us are telling the same story. I'll tell you how you were afraid of a slime. Thank you kindly. Come on then, let's head back to the Chesanawezi Springs. Home again. At last. For a moment there, I didn't think I would see the old place again. I can tell you right now, I'm not taking another wagon out until the company tells me exactly what they're going to do to protect their precious employees from those rotten blobs. Are you what? Are you with me? Did I realize this amount we get inside of? Huh. I somehow hadn't noticed that until now. Thanks to Estinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Sholawani. The Hetzara were safe as well. At the very least, there were no sightings of soldiers there. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It is composed of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Then how do we suppose we get inside? If Zoraldia and his army emerge from within, there ought to be an entrance. An entrance, you say? It so happens we might have an inkling where one is. These are the engineers of Jacques Tural Railing, which operates the train between Shalawali and Yasulani. When we went out to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome through a telescope. It was then that we saw it, a large fortress-like structure that looked like it straddled the dome's edge. You're telling us part of it is inside and part of it is outside? It seemed to be the case, yes. While we only observed from afar, the soldiers were coming and going from it. From that, I would say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever is inside. But as you expect, the area will be heavily defended. It won't be easy to get near. You know what became of the passengers who went to Yusaluani? Uklamat's nursemaid was among them, a woman named Namika. What? I'm afraid not. Only those passengers who were headed back here are accounted for. I can't say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived. I can say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived in Yashulani. But then the big tremor struck not long after we left the station. I hit the emergency brake and looked back, and all I could see was the dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the track of all places. What are the odds of that, eh? Assuming the fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how to reach it undetected. I don't care if we're detected. I say we smash our way inside. Despite how it sounds, I actually gave it some thought. Zoraldia wants me to prove that I'm a father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tuyulal. By charging in head-on, I make my intentions plain as day, and in so doing, keep his eyes on me. A bold strategy. I like it. Of course, your plan is no good if you get cut down before reaching their base. What do you need? What you need is something that will get you there quick and break through the defensive with a single, decisive blow, and we have just that. Since the track goes straight through the fortress, we can reinforce our train with armor, load her with all the fuel she'll carry, and send her hurtling at it to explode on impact. Chief, have you gone insane? You were just saying how relieved you were that the train is in one piece, and now you want to turn it into a bomb? The train's not important. Our dream was to have a railroad running from coast to coast, remember? If these invaders have their way, there may not be any more railroad, let alone trains to run on them. Is that what you want? It's a sacrifice we have to make. These good folks are willing to put their life on the line to get inside the dome and put a stop to it all. The least we can do is help them. But Chief... Listen, no matter how hard things may get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. As long as we're alive, we can build another train. So have faith and quit your complaining. But what if we fall really, really hard? There's no getting back up if we're dead. Then at least you know you gave your damnedest. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip. We'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. You alright with that? There's no changing our mind, is there? Just promise you're careful out there, honey. Keep your wife safe, we promise. I'll hold you to it. Can't start a family business without her, much less a family. It would be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. No. Well, at least it'll go down as the legendary train that saved Tyrell. That it will, but first we got work to do, so she'll look the part. I don't know much about Magitech, but if there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. We'll keep that in mind. If any of you are willing and able to lend a hand, there's work that needs doing over at the storehouse. Seems we have a path forward. I believe this is a good time for me to return to Liolal and inform Koana of the situation. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something to use in our fight. This is one mystery after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to Huavlika and the engineers. We can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. Putting plans into locomotion. Your plan is set, but Grahatia is not without reservations. When I have no objection to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain Suralja will not strike to Liolal in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Liolal, and it will give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed, if anything, we're more likely to put Liolal in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Suralja, at least until Liolal has shored up its defenses. Right. We'll charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us. During which time Koana will find a way to fortify Liolal. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. The dungeon levels like. What's that? 95, so it would 97 would presumably be next one. Looks like work is getting underway. We'll finish it in no time at all. So, what can we do for help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of crossmen during the Rite of Succession. Would you happen to know a few who'd be willing to come and help us complete modifications to the train? Of course. What sort of crossmen did you have in mind? Now let's see. Let's see now. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it would be over in an instant if they managed to get just one good hit in on the cerulean tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers lose lightning-based weapons. So I've a mind to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? We can ask whoever. Master Carpenter from Okhanu, eh? If they're willing, we'll be glad to have them. No objections from me. Just be sure not to forget their traditional greeting. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if we want this done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. You don't suppose you know anyone up for the task? Perhaps Sir Murver can help? Sir Murver would be perfect. We're hard-pressed to find folks stronger than a Yokyu, and I'm sure he would be willing to help. You're friends with the Hokyu? I'll be damned. We're not one for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful armory of its own. Like as not, soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. It's true. I for one can't use magic, nor am I handy with firearms like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Let's install ballistas on the train. Big ones. Ballistas, eh? But they're powerful. It seems to me like it'd take too long to reload between shots. If there were some sort of ballista that could reload quickly, then that might work, but weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I can assist. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The Crystallarian deployed etheric cannons for its defense, and I see no reason why the design cannot be adapted for your trains. While I did not conceive them myself, I know the design. It should be possible to build them here, provided I have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now that sounds like something Fontaine can help with. What are the materials we need? The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to aether. To power the cannon will require fire-spected crystal of the highest purity. Fire crystals, eh? Might be as the miners over at the springs could help with that. Then if I could leave the crystals and smiths in everyone's hand, I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shansa is in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. Well, I think we're set for a plan, thanks to the consolations. Now, let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. The plan is coming together. To make good speed, we're going to try and enlist some more help from among our friends Beck and Yoktural. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Shanza over to the southeast. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. What can I do for you? etheric cannons. Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal. I'll take care of it. I'm not sure about the fire crystals though. Might be best if you spoke directly with a miner. Can I leave that to you? Great. You're friends with Liate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you the crystals you're after, it's her. Oh, Lucy, what brings you around these parts? The purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard tell of them before. What was that about? A hot commodity. A way to obtain fire crystals on the tip of Liere's tongue. Now I remember. Cerule Analas. You can find them in the south of town. They're actually in just fire crystals and keep them in their guts, if you can believe it. If you want the purest crystals though, you have to go after the oldest, toughest Analas. Nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Looking forward to seeing why Aaron will think so highly of you. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. We think it's due to the cerulean, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often that you see the bigger, dominant sort, and that's what you need. What you have to do is hunt down a few of their kind, establish yourself as a threat. That's how you draw out the leader. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep a watch nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. In the sign of your prey. Perhaps you have better luck to the south. Amazing. You dealt with the beast in no time at all. You need the fire crystals delivered to Shensa? I'll see that he gets it. These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And though he'd grumble if he knew I was asking this, please take care of Elenj Pia. Anyway, I'd best be on my way, and you as well, in case you were going to meet her. I saw Wuklamat heading for the station. Kenza told me you got the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it, I'm idle for a moment and all I can think about is my home. Keep your chin up, Erenville. We'll be on our way soon and we'll find your mother. It would be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time together with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ear off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't want it any other way. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive. Thank you for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tliulal, I've been wondering if we were aught I could do to help. So, when I heard about the upcoming operation from Wakwana, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can all enjoy a cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Gurfurler does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. With all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends. Yes, let's get to it. Alright, everyone, that'll do it. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons, and you have yourself a hard-earned rest. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need to thanks. Now, whenever you need us, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Here, we love Tyrell, and we love you. Wow, Wuklamat. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. Gotta say, I was not expecting the singing in that cutscene. Thanks again for all your help. We wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train is ready. All aboard! Despite his fatigue, there is an undeniable air of satisfaction about Wavlika. From here on out, we won't stop at nothing, and we won't stop working until the train is ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see to them. The boarding call will come before you know it. Wait for the engineer to finish working on the train? Yes.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Finished at last! Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modelled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
This is the toughest locomotive I've ever seen.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for it.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
Ah, the little ear wiggles. I love the cat. I love the cat boy ear wiggles.
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
This has to be the next dungeon, right?
At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone.
Imagine getting swatted out of the air by some paint thrown at you by a Lala.
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
Erinville, I need you to take over for me.
Yes, she is. I love it. Fucking chucking a stick at them.
That was too close. Still alive, Erinville?
Mostly.
Or the stick fell to the ground, so he was so excited to go pick it up from the ground that he decided to crash. Because that was his fastest way to get down.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Dungeon unlock? More cutscene. Dungeon unlock. Raja retreats to the dome in Ysulani, but now before laying siege to his home and slaying his own father, his foul deed cannot go unpunished. And so Waklamat lays plans to pierce the dome, pursue him. To that end, the engineer of structural railing refitted the cerulean rank, raising the dome base, and after avoiding fire from the Zoradis forces, successfully sent it careering into the fortress, bridging the dome with the outside world. With the path forward now open, the battle for Tuliolal begins as you and your companion take your first bold steps into enemy territory. Now we wait. There we go. That's a lot of them. I can actually vary it as a Viera. Nice. I guess no Living Dead for me. What's that sentry doing? Stop it. Attack me. No longer quite feels like we're playing FF. Or at least not 14, that's... What in the... Okay. 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 Just... Okay. What? What in the... There we go. Level up. Now it's the reprisal. Hello, Resh. I will give Floop a treat after this dungeon. Speaking of this dungeon, what in the fuck was that second boss? I love it. Please, Mr. Sage. Please, Mr. Sage. Mr. Sage! Oh. Okay. Yes, unexpected as well. I like it though. Oh, and I'm dead. Back here. Yeah. Like, also so many new interesting stuff. Like I wasn't expecting just walls to appear in the middle of the boss fights that you can't just run in with singular aimless circle. And like just small things like that just to like mix up already like mechanics are so used. I like it. Like, so far the instances have not disappointed me at all this expansion. Speaking of Black Mage, I was actually just after doing the dungeon tempted to whisper Karnak in this FC and was like, "Hey, how did you enjoy the second boss in the dungeon?" I'm sure he loved it.
Okay, there has to be more to this boss than this. 'Cause he can't already be halfway dead. There is something fishy going on. Yeah, okay, it was about what I expected, that he would come back. Yep, he goes red glowy, and okay. I mean, can't argue with that. There was just more to the boss fight than the one squishy guy. Could you come back to my okay. Could you of course you can't come back to my pool puddle thingy. That would be nice if you came back to my salted air. Hey, you need to pay attention to what he's costing. At least it doesn't have convoluted names, and it is just front or rear. AKA, it's not Omega. Again, nothing to complain about in this dungeon either. Very nice and enjoyable. Like the whole needing to pay attention to for the outcast, the zigzagging with the cleaves, the rotating around, how it changes. I approve. It's another very good dungeon. Pretty. Might be my first female Rothgar is here out and about.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yasulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? I tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yasulani, can it?
Okay, well, someone wanted to give Aston a treat, so let's see if we can get an Aston to treat. Yeah. Aston. Yeah. Go. There you go. Nice. Nice little. And you get another. Yes, he is very cute, and he knows it. That sure is a lot of point rush. Did I not as much as me? Because I have infinite. But for a viewer 44, that is not bad at all. There must be a lot of watch time. I mean, Resh could easily cap the limit, which I think is set to 5 per day. And like this, I don't know if I will make it to unlocking the extreme trial before Thursday. Not if you're gonna be a cute, floofy distraction. What a surprise! Aston, you get another. Yeah. let's at least end in this quest. I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. Now enter it with trust. Northwest, okay. The land of Levin. Erin looks upon the place with something. It doesn't make sense. The tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material's not something we use in Tural. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have built in so short time. Then I'm inclined to assume we have been transported to another location, or perhaps... Well, speculations will avail us naught. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. It's weird seeing those like prehistoric dinosaur looking things on one side and then just turning the camera and there's just defective turrets. Very different things. Well, the area doesn't get added to the map until you actually visit it to prevent, I guess, spoilers or something? Interesting. That looks like a train station, doesn't it? Must be the Yasulani station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. Prehistoric, futuristic dinosaur laser fight. That is something, to be sure. I'm pretty sure this is Yasulani Station. But from the state of it, I would swear it was abandoned years ago. Yes, he is. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. This building is a rotted husk. It has clearly been years since anyone lived here. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem it hasn't been tended to for a long while. I see an Africa around. find a train turntable. A thick layer of rust suggests it hasn't been used in years. Transported into the future? Somehow? What do you mean? This Bahamut is totally, you know, majestic looking and not at all slightly derpy. The way he's like hunched over. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. Someone has found a new pillow. Hold my arm. As you can see. Aw, is it too much moving of my arm? There you go. Bye-bye, Aston. It's one of the mechanical soldiers. Long since broken, apparently. But I would say its presence confirmed that we are... But I would say its presence confirms that this is indeed Zoraja's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So all evidence suggests this is the Yasaluni station. Aye, and I've no doubt we're in Yusalani. I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. How is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomena before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are familiar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yashilani, then we should still be on the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Aaron Will says this is Yashilani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Aaronville? Huh? Oh. Yes. It's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next, then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning? It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Bzz. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Bzz. Confirm. Bzz. Confirm. Bzz. Seems it's broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Are
those lightning rods? Your company for a moment. There's something I wish to investigate. Look there, the lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. What in the... Okay. This material appears to be the same as they used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes. These, I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would posit its use to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I share this observation with Shistola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. I recognize that guy. That's the sage I had in my dungeon. And that might be the healer I have, maybe. Huh. What in the world?
Home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone? I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Huh?
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a king of resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tulihiola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorulja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know.
Wonder what the writings there say, because it's clearly in the looking like the Eorzean alphabet, so it should be translatable.
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How, after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the First. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope.
In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. a number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tulihiola?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolo.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful! If you would follow me.
I take it there will be trouble if Zoralja hears of this.
Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
It goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her like that, right? Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself a queen is suspicious. Some nice skill, speed, tenacity. I'm gonna refill my drink and go to the bathroom. So I will see you guys after an ad break. Bye.
Imperial well. Alizé is inclined to keep a close eye on the Queen. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. Let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Sphene as well. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tural? They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Turali have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. What? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we are nearly to the outskirts.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen Sphene? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Catogne, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Namachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can. Even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolo's vow of resolve Wook Lamart and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wook Lamont is still so young. Where are my manners? I am Papone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That has a Tonawautan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Papone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoraljar's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Meaning this is a piece of another reflection?
I cannot say for certain, but I strongly suspect that to be the case. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sveen, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
See if I can unload some stuff onto them. So what do their weapons look like? Ooh. I like that. Let's see, what does their tank gear look like? Another helmet that appears on Viera? What sort of weird, wacky, magically land is this? Well, that's certainly a look. How does it die? What are the two die slots? Let's see. Come on. What does the caster / healer gear look like? I mean, you're not wrong. This is the healer gear. And what does the caster gear look like? This place certainly has a fashion sense. It's so you know how Square Enix sometimes sees mods and implements them as things. I was not expecting this type of gear to be what they would look at mods and inspire them to implement into the game. Oh dear. What does the naming set looks like? So why does it look like we're in Saw all of a sudden? The 97 dungeon? Isn't that the one I've literally just done though? Hang on. Vanguard. I haven't obviously seen all of it, but I've seen the the futuristically looking stuff. Yeah, I've seen parts of them. And mainly I've seen the I can't say for sure which part I've seen. I know I've seen the pugilist, monk, samurai face guard 3 times in one run, I think. So I haven't seen it all, but that certainly also is a look. So where was the Aether Current? So. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old ways of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. You went to such lengths so that our culture could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, but the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another. And I'm sure there is much you wish to learn as well. So please, if you have a question, do not hesitate to ask. A day in the life. Thien is eager to show you around. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Uyepia's Halo, it's called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to Uyepia Halos. Uyepia's Halo. Of course, now the question mark appears above the gemstone trader. I could have it. The reforger have brought in a variety of wares. If you have any bicolored gems, I'd happily trade them. Allow me to introduce you to Mahubsa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques indeed. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Queen's Thien. To what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to show our crop. Ugh. So I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's all right. So the rumors of visitors from outside were true. What manner of host would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty has intended to check on things here? You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions. Though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. It would appear we have your permission, so please, walk the grounds and do to your heart's content. You go on ahead. I'll keep Sveen company. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the suspicious type, but given our position, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point. But be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wuklamat's watchful eye. Pray come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the farmhands. Is this on this side of the wall? Well, considering it's telling me to go west, I'ma go ahead and guess no. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... You wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields, mostly, watering your crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. I admittedly took some time until I fully understood how to best carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work, but honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being an Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site then? Well, this here is the storehouse, or rather, the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious and equipped with a temperature regulated system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electro complicates our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. Now there's one straight south. That's gonna be a detour. There it is. Oh, I guess he'll be returning here later anyway. Up there. Up there. That's 3 out of 10 done. Okay. As I suspected it would be inside her. There it is. That's an already half of them found. Not bad. Yeah, now the next one is presumably beyond the walls. They're saying you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. That true? So it is. Which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at Wayepia's Halo, we produce not only fruit and vegetable, but also meat, poultry, and egg. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it. But it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. The shame Kwana is not here to see all these bizarre contraptions. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers? Then let us return to Mahusa. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? It was amazing that everyone loved their work. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Oh, but I jest. It's true that the people in the outskirts seem most fulfilled. Always, they take to their duty with good cheer. What do you think of our little tour, Lamati? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard others call you that name, and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we have no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. The machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often, but simply, it takes in water that has a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. We could take care of it for if you'd like. It's most gracious of you to offer, but it's much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the Wow of Resolve of Tyriolal. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Lucy is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well. I gratefully accept, but please take all care. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning-charged fiends on our own. Good hunting. Nice and easy. I can go underneath that, goddammit. You're both alright, thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course, I was worried. You're my dear guest. But thank you, we truly appreciate it. Indeed, with this, we won't have to ask Zorolja's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of her safety, unlike Queen Sphene. That's enough, Mohausa. If you have grievances, I will hear them later. But to speak of the king now? No, she's right. He has never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thank you for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You shouldn't have favored. You couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy, and you never failed to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort, Thien, that I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we're done with the farms. Let's move on, shall we? On the cloud, Sphene would take you back to the outskirts. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. You hear that?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
That's not ominous at all.
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right. What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Wait! Where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
Or Lamati. First her father, now her mother.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a void gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, The barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's innocuous influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphin's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder.
There is a distinct lack in her confirming that it was unintentional. A suspicious lack of it, even.
Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoralja resides.
That you'd let us in at all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zoralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
Yeah, it's I announced that earlier, so it's like I am not saying anything, but by being silent, you basically almost say just as much, if not more.
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa? You might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
Again, with the obscure answers.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud. Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.